everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Tonight we are going to be playing some more Great Ace Attorney 2, Only Fans. Winter Soldier, hello, hello. Hope you're having a wonderful Monday. Hope we can entertain you a little bit here today as we get back into this game. So the last episode we went back in time a little bit to see what went on while Susanna was back in Japan and in Britain to see what was going on with Soseki. Now, we have the next case, the return of the great departed soul. And we're going to go ahead and get into this. Hopefully we'll go ahead and get through. I'm assuming it's going to be like an investigation day one. Also probably a trial day one, I'm guessing. Something like that. Usually it's about 2 days or something like that. And then we'll just see how far we go. Keep in mind, Wednesday we'll be back with more Judgment, OnlyFans Game of Choice. Get a little bit into that. Thursday's up in the air, guys, so just a little warning to maybe up in the air, but we'll try to get back in there also for Judgment. And then we'll be back normal as usual with the following Monday with this. But that's basically everything. By the way, next Monday is probably going to be a Persona 5 Royal Day. I'm guessing that Heather will be past our great point of 1010, which is, I believe, where it is going to stop. So keep that in mind. So we'll know a little bit, hopefully a little bit more of the differences on the Persona 5 side of everything. And we go into my favorite palace of the entire original game on that one. So that's basically the plan. But until then, let's get back into Great Ace Attorney. Enjoy yourself. Let's go. The return of the great departed soul. Ooh. Great Exhibition of London, Australian, Ottoman, Turkey. Okay.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it.
I haven't heard it.
Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park.
What is that?
Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the crystal tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Okay. I'll answer your question, Soldier, for this Thursday, yes.
We're here at the showground.
I'm hoping to get done a little early, though, so we'll see. We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. I don't know if you heard that, that's why I'm doing it. Hey.
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
It's called Waving from the Balcony. Whoa, hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
Not the internet? Okay.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies.
That's called planes. That's not ships, that's planes.
And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future.
You're really dramatic. I didn't do wait in the back.
A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Well, that doesn't sound dangerous at all. The hell?
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
I call it, my transbeaminator.
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Why do I feel like he's the one who's gonna die?
In but a few moments from now, these gentlemen will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air.
Off into the afterlife, I bet. Right?
To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
Okay.
This one, yes, yes, yes! Woo! Yes, 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 yes!
Yeah.
Oh, please, that's not what I wanted.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming at all. Let's just say the transfers between structure didn't always work perfectly. Just saying. 22nd October, 9:36 a.m. Shown is sweet. Bruno! Bruno, are you listening? Oh. Sorry, what was that, Iris? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? It was just eggs. It was good. No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again? Today's paper! It's full of news about the Great Exhibition again. Ah, yes, the Great Exhibition. I like to go sometime. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Harley? Yeah, he looks just as down. Did you say something, Iris? Oh gosh! You're even more down. Ah! When did you ride, Mr. Hold on. I've been here for about a half an hour already. You're breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here. You know, because breakfast. I was just quite right. You're clearly lacking in zen. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I can deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes. For example, you tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Ugh. Clearly, it can't be deduced, therefore, that. Let me just stop you right there. Mr. Jones, because I think I can see where this is going. Hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Ah! Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently. That's been 6 months now. 6 months? Since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Oh. Well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley? Did you say something? Ah. Back to moping. Okay. So, what's the matter with Mr. Shumps today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me. I know. The Great Exhibition is open. I think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go to see it together? I want to. Of course I do. I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from, is that it? I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley. I suppose to try to find out what's going on. But first, we gotta present the badge. Always gotta present the badge. Oh, Mr. Jones, how about this? Shh, none of the work. Yes, let's see. This would be a color for a reader miniature canine with a very deeply long neck. And for the winter use. Actually, it's the armband I always wear that symbolizes my role as a defense lawyer. Precisely. This is just one conclusion. Our arm is, in fact, a particularly long neck of a miniature canine. Just never shown to him now. He's barking mad. Ugh, we might have to have a counter for that, the way that's going. Alright, what's up? Ugh. You did 6 months ago. Half a year ago now. I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable yet at the same time unforgivable mistake. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. You have, haven't you, Reno? Bring all those big, fat tunes about British law up in your room, and the notes about Schultz's old cases. Brewing Irish's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You become something of a manservant around here. Start on the Silver next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court of Whitehall. Lord Strongheart? Ah, little like the Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. Right, yeah. Yeah, it was due to at the end of the original game, he got banned. For, I think it was perjury, I think it was? He's not mine either. He's the man I have to talk to. I'd have to go back to the 5th trial on the original game to do it. But yeah, he got banned because of that. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I do hope, by the way, we do get Gina back in this game. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could. I can't do that just sitting around here. The Great Exhibition. The whole of London has been swept up in the Great Exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of arts, and feats of engineering. In the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching. Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. Look down on... Do you mean those things? Fly? Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense! I can't understand it at all. That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge. I suppose they might be. Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the opening smearing pacing stage yesterday, apparently. There's a huge explosion. Still, who hasn't seen it though? I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are. Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the great exhibition. Balloons? What year is it? Oh shit, it's Pennywise! Well, the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. The exhibition this year contains various articles about the world leading science and technology on show at the Great Exhibition being held in London. So we'll come back to that. Shadows cast behind. Is this a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Okay, your gloomy mood. What's this about? Are you visiting a particularly tricky case at the moment, Miss Chumps? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? That's not like you. So what case is it? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Narhead. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. Like Iris. You're acting very strangely, Hurley. What do you mean, Iris? Well, usually... the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood. Ah! Is it really a case that's bothering you? Iris, please! You must exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without interpretation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You say that, do you? You? Mr. Shams? Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. Okay. Okay, let's get a court record. Let's see what we got. Alright, what do we get? Whoa. Got something in the back? We do. Okay. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Holding experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. Do we have anything about Y2K in there? Let me see. Oh, Lost Cat. I bet he's in, Kamarocha. Yeah. Whoa, what? The Reaper attacked? What is this? So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what? What's the matter, Runa? The Reaper attacked? That's Lord Van Zeeks! This must be what Mr. Shums was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Are we not going to talk about the Lost Cat? I guess not. Alright. Oh! Yeah, there we go. I thought that was going to be one. The Reaper attack. This is the payment that Lord Van Zeeks was attacked! It's terrible! You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes. Prosecutor Beric Van Zieks. They say that the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case. There's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on the earth will be short. Is it really that terrible? He's kind of a dick. Just saying. Let us find roads always find ways around the law. There's something nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying shame witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Narrator? Yes. I've seen the Reaper's retribution work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. The leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper. Retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zieks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. Doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh, shit. Oh my goodness! Is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zieks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Well, in the article here it says, as to one of Lord Van Zieks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow morning's edition. Tune in at 11. Fuck you. I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No! I can't wait till tomorrow. In that case, we shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Lord Strongheart? Perhaps? Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Chance. Ha! You really are shameless liars sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You need to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Or you would be wasting your time. Thought I hadn't crossed my mind. I wonder where you're going. Ah! Well then, see you later indeed. Listen to him. Still laughing on his way out of the door. What are you wearing? Alright then, Bruno, let's get going. Oh my god, what are you wearing? This is my Mickey Mouse costume. I couldn't find it in any other color, though. Oh. Iris? What are you wearing? I'm gonna teach you to go to the Great Exhibition. You're gonna take me. This is why I'm Disneyland, okay? What? What's this about to go to the Supreme Court? Oh. Well, that sounds fun, too. You're gonna take me there, then. Oh god, she's pointing the gun at me. Alright, fine. Just lower the weapon, would you? Of course. And now the Supreme Court. Then we'll go see the Great Exhibition, or Disney World, or Epcot Center, or something. Just saying. Alright, do we have anything here that we really need to examine, just out of curiosity? Probably not. Let's just see, just to make sure. Okay, the other scene, I can't help thinking what a monstrosity it is. Okay, this is probably all the same. Yeah, this is all the same from the last case. Okay. Okay, so we've got nothing really new to examine here, I don't think. You can probably for lots of money. that's how he gets money. Interesting. Feels like this thing pulls its weight around here more than I realized. But having its weight pulled around. Okay. Okay, so this is anything that we really need to do. Why is there a knife in an envelope here, by the way? That's really weird. Okay, he said the typewriter. Is that anything? No, it's not. Okay. Alright. Move. Alright, let's go to the only place we have. That's an interesting costume from Iris, I must say. Ugh. This case is her kidnapping at the hands of Disney. She's somebody got a new Minnie Mouse. October, go to Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. You see her in the electron, you see Mickey trying to find a way and having Iris become his girlfriend. Fuck you, me, I'm going with Iris! It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. But something's never changed. For the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. What? Oh my god, really? Doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here. Of course. I was forgetting that you've been here before. And we came here 6 months ago. When Shizado-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. Ah! I understand you wish to speak with me. Strongheart? Yeah, I figured. Oh, Lord Strongheart. I trust you've been keeping well? Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Oh no, not at all. I like nothing more than staying around staring into space. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart. Okay. Again, another one I'm not really recognizing the, everything. It's much easier in the original game to actually see the pun in it. But male, unless you're supposed to be like a Strongheart man or something, that's the only thing I can see right now. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who's allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Ooh. Oh, I've not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Ooh, are we going to see Cesano again? Forensic science is a feature. The world must embrace it. As for the hosting nation, I have much to do. It is my highest priority. If all this must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Ah, well, thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing in my mind, as it happens. Where now? Just take a deep breath and come out with it. Do you want to play McDonald Duck with me over here? Okay, let's do that first. Mission to work for the Science Symposium. Alright, let's just do this first. Mission to work. I came here to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened. But the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please! Permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Now, hold on. Yes? Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriots. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on this study tour, not me. Should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. Hi, Sasuke. If that tractor accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Asogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you said. Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry? The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? Does that make any sense? Never mind. I read all the reports you submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean? As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Nice! Thank you! Thank you so much! That's wonderful news, Reno. Now get me over to Disney, you asshole! In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. Of course! Please, tell me more! A curious affair. Before we do this... let's do this. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly! Ah! London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly! The future of policing. Ah! Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, it's alarming. Exactly! It's extremely alarming! Ah! Okay, this is a bad running joke, guys. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the number of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Holy fuck, that's a lot. Sorry? I don't know why that was in red either. 12 and 223, that must mean something. By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I just need to tell everyone now. No! What? Oh, how fascinating! It all began 15 years ago. I'm gonna sleep now. Oh my god, it's still going. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest terms, of course. Sorry, Orange, looks like the great Symposium's over. We can't go to Disneyland until next year. Fuck! Essentially, the formally established a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Oh! Right. Yes, that's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. Oh, you're about to reading. I wasn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful? I actually drifted off for the most part. Probably arguing about forensic science, though. Okay. Before we do this, I kind of want to know if there's anything to say about this. Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? The report of the overwhelming success of the great exhibition, of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? So he must be like the district prosecutor? Okay, that kind of makes sense then. Okay. The head prosecutor, I mean. Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he? There's no need for concern. Those Zinks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. Besides, if he was, how are we going to go ahead and complete the game? I mean, honestly, he's going to be a prosecutor for the rest of the game. Why would you change that? It's really weird. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. Very well. If it interests you. It does. Strangely. Oh, okay. Curious affair. I thought there would be another option that came up. You described it as a curious affair? Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition? Yeah, I saw the cutscene, so yeah. Oh, no. Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think. Instantaneous kinesis? As in moving things with a click of the fingers. That's right. Just what my herbal blend needs. A dash of devil may kill. You sure it's not devil may cry? Okay, shut up. So with his reputation, if he was dead, the headline would definitely be sure to say murdered, not merely attacked. What this serious accident was exactly, it clearly captured Iris's imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large exposure engulfed the whole communication stage and a man lost his life. I knew that guy was gonna die. A certain Mr. Odie Assman, an investor and a well-known figure in society. He had to do that last name. A large explosion? A man died? The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrained. Damn these puns! He was detained immediately after the incident, and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder. What? Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There is very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. It's a great exhibition. Scientific experiment gone wrong. And murder? I feel out my death before I even started. Still. We should go to the prison straight away and try to meet with this German professor. What do you think? Definitely. Ah, yes. One more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Oh, is he the one attacked or something? Oh! Lord Van Zeeks? How? Okay. Fortunately, Lord Van Zeeks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. But that's incredible. They're armed with guns. Why would he attack them? Do we know? It's related to the events that occurred a month ago. What? A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zeeks. Well, the man was acquitted, and no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? Is he an asshole? A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? The victim's henchmen certainly seem to think so. He was a man by the name of Assman, Mr. Odie Assman. Did you say Assman? That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition. Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of the significant criminal organization. Ooh, unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? You just did. Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zeeks as a professor? Rewind my watch a little bit. All the members who managed to get off in court, they meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zeeks first. I wonder if somebody's like offing these people afterwards, you know? I wonder if that's the case. Maybe whoever he's prosecuting, and then no matter what happens, whoever is the real killer is actually just offing these people just for the hell of it. That's why he gets the Reaper mentality, maybe? I don't know. I know there's no evidence that he actually is Reaper in that sense. But still, something clearly going on here. I have Van Zeeks' work for prosecution for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. Or to assure no loose ends. That's, yeah, I was sort of thinking the same thing about it. Well, doesn't make any sense. How can you explain the way So many have died and that by someone's hand. Danzig may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Interesting. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. Well, yeah, but you're 11 hours late, I would think so. 11 hours late? That's quite something. That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for the disengagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. There stopped for me during those 12-stop argument and 223 reasons. Oh yes! Where would I find Lord Benzig's now? I would assume he's at his office. Right. I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. Away with you! Oh, I'm sorry, away with you now! I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands. Of course, yes! Thank you very much, my lord. Okay. Since we haven't been here a while, let's see if there's anything we can examine here first. Oh, I just had a great idea. What is it? We can hide inside these suits of armor and spy on the Fob Watchmaster to find out what he's really like. I don't have much interest in what Lord Strongheart is really like, though. Oh, please! It would be fun! You'd be inside the left one, now go on the right. You really want to have a go at a suit of armor, don't you? Now you're making fun of me because I'm a child, aren't you? I wasn't making fun of you at all. I'd have to go too. Alright. You gotta read all these books you've been reincarnated 3 times over as a bookworm. Oh, I know. So much reading material. I'm very envious. I've really been running out of things to read recently. That's because you read so fast. Perhaps little by little I can swap some of the books here with some of mine from home. I don't see why not. No one would notice. At least I wouldn't. Even if I was reincarnated 3 times over as a librarian. Is there anything else? Oh, the high chair. Lord Chief Justice's desk. When you look at that, there's no mistaking Lord Strongheart's authority is there. The light from the window behind is far too bright. It'd be very bad for the eyes. I hadn't thought of that. No curtains, that's for sure. What's more important? Having a desk with an air of authority, or having eyes at work? Well, I don't know. Geordi sort of made it work in Star Trek, even though he had a little visor, so... I can't say I never considered that. After all, my little office barely has any light to speak of. I haven't really seen my desk in a while. Yeah, why does he have no equipment in this? I don't know. You think he had a desk or something? Did they take all that away? Okay, never mind. Alright, let's move. To a new location. Should we do prison or should we do... No, let's go to the prosecutors. I want to know more about Danzigs, actually. Whoa, look at his place. Oh, 22nd October, prosecutor's office. Wow, this is a freaking awesome looking place. Ooh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office. Yes, it appears so. Sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere. Ah, is that? Wow. I wouldn't think it was so still. I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. Guess. What are you doing here? Yeah! He's as welcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I am. I love the music to this, by the way, for his theme. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice. He's sitting there of his own free will. I actually thought that was him. I was going to say the one in the hood wasn't Tana. I didn't know you had an apprentice. It must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. Is the apprentice the one that's doing this? Getting rid of the Reaper's targets, maybe? He's very able in combat. A requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you going to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper? I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Wait, what? Assuming, that is, such a famous thing generally inhabits our great courtrooms. Alright, converse. Last night's attack. Lord Strongheart has said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack. True. Carried out by hitmen of Odie Espen's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably some hope to kill me before that happened. Odie Espen. His mother must be proud of that name. He's always masqueraded as one of one's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities. And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court guilty, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper? The man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact. In extraordinary circumstances, it was the most unusual cause of death. Was he the guy in the, Transportinator? I'm going to be calling it that now. This is my, Denise Infer version of this. I know that! It was a super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Aspen died when the demonstration of the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no. That does seem like a little far-fetched. This man really is the fabled Reaper, that he has to be innocent of this particular death, at least. It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Bruno? I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? What? You're going to be defending him? Oh, yeah, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Hairbrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. You're... What?! He's my uncle. Oh, I'm sorry. I'd understood that Professor Harriman was from Germany, though. Harriman's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research. That's all. So you were students together. I was in the Faculty of Law, of course. He is in science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along. Though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him. Ugh. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me. By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends. It's true. Then why would you do this? If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. So be it. What's Lord Van Zeke's thinking? What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean I'm a crown prosecutor and immortal like any other? I'm no demigod. But I do like to play the part. It does sound like a pretty cool thing, idea to just be a demigod, you know? I mean, look at the way I look, the way I present myself. This really counts as cool. Just saying. But they've all died, haven't they? The people you prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal. Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. He just liked to squirm every sentence he ever muttered, that's all. Where was Ginny? Ah, good. At least we get a Ginny reference, at least. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now. Oh, she's a worker now? I can't deny that since I encountered her, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way. And you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true. The fact is, people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey. The number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh! It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say... I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly, and with honor. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. If that is my fate, let God decide. Lord Van Zeke's. Interesting. Alright, so let's present the paper to you then. see what that does. What do they think about the article in the paper? Oh, yes. Seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless. It says it ain't compatriot corner. It's gotta be the... I think it's the compatriot right now. That's my theory. It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though. Yes, sure. The police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? Oh, here we go. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose. Ah, well, you are Hurley then, Bruno. I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face. Or indeed his identity. Oh yeah, I am totally getting vibes from this guy then. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? This might be a red herring there now. Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. Ah! The task is complete. Good. That's what I was thinking, Winder. I was thinking maybe it's Strongheart now. Is this one Strongheart? That's what I was thinking too. The task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. Nice to meet you. Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed. And yet, somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Trying to see who else it could be, though. Now study more on the power of the dark side, my young apprentice. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. Wait, so he can't talk now either? Jesus, Strongheart. Oh. I see. It's either it could be the apprentice or it could be Strongheart ordering the apprentice to do it. I don't think Strongheart sounds. He doesn't sound like a man who would do it himself. Now, I might be wrong, but I do think Strongheart's somewhere involved now. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? Oh, no. I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to... Why you stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture? couldn't be. If he's saying this, that's gonna be dumb if he thinks it's a seven, by the way. Oh, yes. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man. Is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. With the stoop. And the mustache. And the jitters. Ah! Mr. Nassima, you mean? I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Rita. He's fine. Thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him in my international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice. And for the conversation. Everybody's asking if there's a second son. At the Nipponese? I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn up for the books. Mad scientist? Ah, you mean Professor Harebrained. Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zieks, I think. Alright, let's examine some shit. What do you have in here, Van Zieks? Ooh, okay. Look at a fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes, the finest vineyards within it. I visit. I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless. Yes. Because this imbecile is so naturally and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Oh! Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. So, it's my fault. Silly me. How could I ever have thought otherwise? What makes these desks look? They're stylish. And that's a marble chess set beside it. Chess. That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems. Oh, really? You probably like chess problems in that case. I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zieks sometime. To a battle of shogi problems. If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home. Alright, anything on this side that... Oh. Thought that might be the case. Ooh, look! It's a skilled model of the Great Exhibition Showground. That's amazing! I wonder why it's here. Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person? Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid. Ah! Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. I didn't think he'd overhear that. Yeah, I thought the picture might be something. That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? It's a very majestic outfit and pose. But sadly, in your opinion, it didn't do a very good job of catching one of these facial features. Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think. Ah! That reminds me. I I remember Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it? That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh! Then, who is it? You're not gonna tell us? It's you. What is that? Is that bats? What is that? Ah! Oh, yeah, it was bats! Ah! They were bats! Yes, you were familiars, I expect. And what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was a familiar. That's not the flying gun. He's ironically saying you're so vain. He must be a near friend of Mr. Reaper, then. I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary, though, either way. Alright, look at all those ancient casts lining the wall there. Casts in the Reaper's chamber? Where are the caskets? You don't think. All those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them dead, do you? I like how she slowly realized that. Oh my god. What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? These make a legend of fine vintages. Oh. Yes, of course. Thank you for cleaning that up. You and I were just amusing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper. I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourself to make all this nonsense with my earshots. Alright. Really looks like a punishment to me. I've never seen someone sitting like that before. Hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Well, technically, he came up and talked to us, but, you know, sort of. Do you think perhaps he's dead? If he was dead, Bruno, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he? Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's gonna talk to us. He's not dead! Oh, nothing with death? I was hoping there would be. Okay. I think we got everything, guys. Okay. I think we can go ahead and move now. Let's move to the prison. You haven't seen the prison yet. So I mean, I'm just gonna read in here. What do you catch to make a better transporter? Plug it in and make sure it doesn't short out. Okay. Yeah, I should probably have done that. By the way, 22nd of October, Lord Prison Cell 11 is what it said. The one said Cell 11. That's this one. Oh! There's someone growing up in a ball in the back corner. Look! What's his name again? Professor Albert Harebrain, wasn't it? Excuse me! Professor Harebrain? Who are you? I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm an official. A lawyer?! Ah! Something I said? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Oh god, it's just like you all over again. Are you gonna take my hypothesis? Your hypothesis. Sorry, I don't. Yesterday's demonstration! That demonstration was That magnificent demonstration was... it was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. Let's explain they all leave at high velocity. That's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while too. Okay. Ah, fascinating. Yes. In Japan, where I come from, it's a symbol of defense lawyer. Winging it is very bracing, I find. Your words make some sense to me, but they are entirely illogical. What do you mean? Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there's a pretty logical reason for that feeling. Oh? Really? What is it? I purchased the wrong size by mistake. This was too small for me. The sleeves especially are extremely bracing. You can barely move my wrists. That's what you call logical, is it? Of course! It's entirely logical. That's science we should not have heard of. Okay. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. Bruiser called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Ah! Yes, you could interpret the results the way if you really wanted to. Okay, Spock. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense. The experiment was a failure. At the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes. Right there in front of me. The chassis was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, Lucy exploded and Mr. Aspen's sack perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Aspen was an accident, correct? Well, the big ones had you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for a man's death. That is immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished. At once. But... murder? Never in a million years! It was an accident. Simply an accident. I see. Riley and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder. How exactly? Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. On what grounds? Ah, yes. It's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? That one passed me by. Me too. But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon. And they'll be able to pour it over as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made. Then... give me a cap on my idea. I presuppose this will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Ah, I see now. So in short, there's a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes! Or rather, no. take a look at the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Same to me. You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating! Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible using sufficiently high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see. That's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's an unimaginably high-level science. Oh, who dared to imagine it? Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think. One moment I could be here in the cell, the next, I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at the Great Parisian Theater, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach. So, no more hiding in wardrobe or rocky seas for 50 days? I don't really see it like that. What do you mean, Harv? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. My word! That's exactly right! What are the implications? What does this mean? Oops! That got Professor Bunny Brain really worried by the look of it. Bunny Brain. Larry, this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawless! The science works! But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. Okay, Jeff Goldblum. Curly's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Aspen. The victim who died against his terrible accident, you mean. Before we get to that, I understand Lord Van Zeeks is a friend of yours from your university days. Yes, that's right. He was studying law while I was studying science. What was he like back then? Good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, no, nice fellow, really. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Derek Van Zeeks. What was he like when he was at the university? Talk about a leading question right now. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zeeks family, with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood. Little darling? It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Ooh. Really? What sort of event? I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I was in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Interesting. Ah. Yes, of course. He's heard all about the Reaper. I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zeeks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. Alright, victim. The full name of the man who died yesterday assassin was Mr. Odie Esmond, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate apartments. I think my lucky stars. I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then. Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Ah, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a critical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation of the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Aspen provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. Oh, so the engineer did it, right? He produced a machine to my precise specifications. But then, your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Aspen. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, it seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4. I swear. Yes, it's true that the man perished in the machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this. But still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions to take a person's life. Not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science. How do I know? You have to believe me. Please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that. All my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories. But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. That's all I know. You have to believe me. Please! When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage. None of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Alright, Rudo. It's time. Time to visit Disney World. The Great Exhibition. Sorry. Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? And I want to see Mickey, for God's sakes. I'm gonna shoot you if I don't. Fine, yes, I suppose that's true. I'll investigate it last. Alright. Actually, before we do that, do you have anything to say about this? Ugh. Could this have happened? It must feel awful, as well as the man losing his life. Crystal Tower was greatly damaged, too. I know what happened! It must have been that. That? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now! It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is. Scientist, he has some very logical anecdotes. Long and logical. Okay. So not much. Alright, so let's go to the stage. Ugh. 22nd October, the Great Exhibition, grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. Ugh. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We were walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now. I felt myself sweating 3 times. There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times too. Careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. I made it through the throngs, though, for the look of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Whoa, that must be the explosion? What's that? I hear a voice from up on the stage. Sounds like an argument. Tina! Yes! Good, I got it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll rush you in a minute. Yay, Tina's back! I'm so happy. Oh yeah? Go on, Inspector. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence, you know it. Wait, I know those voices. You got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady, but none of the cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare you. You want that bag that just ran down your throat? Yoo-hoo! Greggsy, what are you doing up there? It's you! Here! You're here! Here you are, here! Your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride a balloon, but there's a 3-hour queue. Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite, no doubt. I'll pull some strings for you. Goodbye, Inspector. Inspector Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Well, there should be. Watch it, Sunshine! Sorry? Who cares then? Don't tell me you're on this case. Yes, I'm acting for the defense. So we're here to investigate. Dear me, that's the situation, is it? You're making me do this once, twice, 3 times a lady. Is it really that troubling? He's a 5 bob. Oh, you got. Hey, Dina. You're a lawyer, ain't you? You just need to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Naruto. Damn it, Dina. What? Hey! That's my last bit of spending money, that is. You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. This is Tina Lestrade, pickpocket, a diver born and bred in East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, eh, Otto? Diver, pickpocket, what did all the name call? What bad just ran down your throat and all, do you? I thought you were probably a diver, Gina. You were arguing with Inspector Gleason about it, weren't you? I should have been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. I didn't know where to talk to a lady, Odo. I've been here for a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now. Learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. No shit! Go Gina! So you don't have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Oh, that's so cool! Inspector? That is homemade, surely. The Inspector part is entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the card for all of us. What's that supposed to mean? Right. Well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright? Right. Sir. This raises a lot of questions. Finally, what do you think of my badge? You get married proof. At least, I'm a defense lawyer. Ugh. And this guy's the truth that I'm a detective. So y'all gonna have to start calling me the Inspector Lestrade. In that case, you gotta start calling me, well, anything but Odo. After calling you a defender now or with your life, you don't really tip off the tongue. No. Doesn't have a good ring to it, does it? Alright. Let's see if you have anything about this. Hey, what do you look like? Oh, where'd it go? Oh god, she stole it, didn't she? Looking for this, Odo? Where'd you do that? I wonder if you got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon? Get that back first, please. Alright, so let's examine first. Ugh. No, actually, we'll converse first. Okay. Yeah, about Dino. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gino in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to take in prison. Realized I couldn't go on like I was. Doubts weren't working out. Wait, Inspector Lestrade? Isn't that the name KF, that snivelly weasel guy in the first RDJ movie? Was it? I had to do some research on that for you, Where I'm not sure. Was it Lestrade? I don't know. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Jenny. Well done. So, went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. Good, isn't it? Inspector Lestrade. Feels like something out of a book, eh? What about a sea change? And then there's Ars's old man to think about. Ars's father? I mean... Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world and pull out all the stuff I'm looking for. Small promise, then. Nothing serious. Oh, Jenny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how come I had to go to test for Scotland Yard. The trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? So it's a small problem. Nothing serious. And that's when Hurley approached Gregson and asked for help. So the inspector said, he'll take full responsibility for Jenny and make her a sort of apprentice. That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson and brave. Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. Great detective, like digging for dirt, in other words. So, long and short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mission surrounding Gina, isn't there? Ooh, what? We're in what? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was defended in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty. And yet here she is still. Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper, whatever it's called. His death was the first case. How has this news hasn't that kind of round yet? It's been months. Yeah, I don't know. Cool. You don't have to worry, Odo. If I didn't have to worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. It's like I told you before, isn't it? The Reaper's kind of like, I'm upstairs so he knows what I'm like on the inside. That I ain't really done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong might be stretching at the point. What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper's more discerning than I thought. Exactly! So I ain't worried. Totally fine. I hope they don't kill you off, Gina. I like your character. Cool. Who's out of this world what it was? The Brady Bug pulled a bunch of levers on his machine. Suddenly it started billowing smoke. It just went pop. I ain't had a better experience here yet. Right? You saw it, Jenny? With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's gonna take some getting used to. So all I have to say is that I'm gonna do it, and I can do whatever I want. Get this! I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened. I came from above. No. He's a lucky getting. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it! You know how to put the boss in his place already, right? You have no trouble at all. Just say, when do I start? 5 years later, you see Iris on there, she becomes partners with Inspector Lestrade. They have a movie, they call it Heat, with Sandra Bullock and Melissa McCarthy. That's how it all got started, between these two. No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine explodes so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh. Right. Well, it was a success. In a way. It was? It could have been. Shortly after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. So like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of smoke, and that whopping big bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over there. Interesting. So, somebody on the other side killed him? What? In the tower? You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold. Oh! Where all the glass is broken in. Yeah, here's what the victim died in to start with. Really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So, you see, it did kind of work. Didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what. You can have this. Play out on the experiment that grew up in the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, going. I had 3 bob off before, so that's fair stuff. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? Skeptics dinner has been entered into the courtroom. Now you're showing the relative positions of the Pritchard Tower and the Professor. Everyone can see that exploit. Alright, let's look at that real quick. Ugh. Wow. Okay. Interesting. So she must have been in like one of these 2 balloons here. Ugh. Interesting. Alright, about the investigation. Something such a reaction said before seems a little strange. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us. Yes, no idea old Rex ran off after that without explaining himself. Oh, right. That. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine that blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair! Represent the defendant! In that case, could you at least tell us what you learned from your investigations? Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. Why? What did the boss call him again? The Forensic Investigation Team, I think? Anyway, apart from Denlock, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. It's funny, isn't it? So even Scotland Yard's on detectives can't investigate? Yes, I've never heard something like that before. I thought I could have a gander on the quiet, though. The boss caught me at it. Probably ought to give me an earful about it before, from down here, didn't you? Not being fair. I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well. I think it's all them chits what make him so stubborn. You say something to me? Oh, no. Go on, see if you can get through now. Platform above us, is he? The machine that exploded is. We can try, can't we, Reno? Guess you will listen to us. Ugh. But before we do that, examination here. Is there anything back here? There's stuff on the ground here. Oh, look! What's this? A red piece of cloth? It's not like any fabric I've seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It's extremely durable. It's canvas, I think. With some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well. That means it's something to do with the explosion. Let's make a note of it while he's mid-yawn. Because the green cloth has been entered into the court record. A torn piece of canvas-like material backed with the rubber that was found under the experiment stage of the exhibition grounds. There are scorch marks around the edges. Well, at the edges, actually. Okay. Let's see if we can examine this further. Really? Anything back here? Oh, we got something back here. Looks like the layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. Never seen anything like it before. When applying Mr. Jones' methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Or maybe not. I think that's the only thing we can do right now with it. Wonder if that'll come into play later. Alright. Alright. Now there's some dirt here. For some reason the ground is damp in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something. Yes. If you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too. Well, suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been. I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back now. What is this thing in the corner? Ah! It looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here. Dropped? Or pig. What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded? Maybe. Could have fallen from the platform from above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I'll hang on to this just in case. The mysterious contraption has been entered into forward. A very curious device found behind a tree under the experimentation state of the exhibition grounds. Obviously, it had been hidden there deliberately. Well, in the way that sounds like he got sabotaged in that case. Alright, let's see if we can look at this. God damn it. Don't freaking put it like that. Okay. Really? Nothing? Oh, wait. Ah. There's some sort of lever here. What the? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. A crossbow? I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. I wonder down hidden behind a tree under the experimentation stage of the exhibition grounds. It turns out that it's a folding crossbow. Interesting. Alright, anything else? The Crystal Tower. Certainly not the name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. Can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan. There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. Well, I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors. Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest straw. And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut. Suddenly it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, it's the Crystal Glass Shower. Apparently everyone's taken to the skies now to look down the disaster area from above instead. Well, there's a 3-hour queue to go up in the balloon now. There's must be very patient people. Yeah, there's no way I could hold on the line 3 hours. I think that's wait, what was it? Oh no, it's checked, okay. Is that everything? Oh wait, what's this? This type of must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up. About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what a policeman I just spoke to said. I don't really understand feet very well. You don't use them in Japan. Oh, yes, sorry. It's about 9 meters. But you have been in London a year, you were. Time you got used to our measurements. Yes, well, you Americans don't do that shit anymore. The things are tall. The spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else. They probably thought they secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed. There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. Oh, we got more stuff, okay. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Oh, okay, so Barrett's gonna do it for me. Okay. 22nd October, the Great Exhibition Grounds Experimentation Stage. Okay. So that's it. Is it? The machine that blew up? Ooh, it must have been a magnificent explosion. I've seen my fair share. You seen things like this before, you mean? Of course. I was always doing experiments that ended in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. Ah. I might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time, he made something that exploded with such force it took the roof off the building. Holy shit. Wish you would have been there to see it, Runa. It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof. Well, anyway, that's enough about that. Time to investigate. Oh, there's Gregson. Oh, look. Inspector Gregson's over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully. Really? He just looks confused to me. Alright, let's start doing some examining stuff first. Alright, let's start from the bottom. Oh, what's that? Oh. Didn't that thing light up? Oh, it's this. Okay. Alright, it looks like it's the entire thing, really. Okay. Well, it ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently. And mercilessly. So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air. Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point. Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris? Oh, Runa. I'm just a child. How should I know? Child when it suits you, you mean? From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this lever here... Stop! Don't touch that! That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Gexy. Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here. So sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it. Glug, 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 glug. Wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. Just like old times, this is... We represent Professor Harebrand in the court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene. Ha! Listen, Sergeant, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. The blanket special dispensation for scientific equipment active plan. Damn me, Potter. Oh, yes. That's special dispensation. Professor mentioned that too. More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks is playing sometimes. But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Eh. Sure, that's alright. Isn't it, Rexy? Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will ya? Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Runa? Knows how to get to what she wants. Okay. So it's just... Okay. Now that's this. So let's see what this is this time. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrand was lucky to escape unscathed, I say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything, I'll make sure I'll kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear? I won't touch a thing, I promise. So please, spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine actually just assemble people like the Professor claims? He asked, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we? Because of the annoying rules, you mean? Exactly. The annoying, obstructive, flaming rules. Oh. Who the machine now? Oh, yes. It's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh. It's a screwdriver, I think? Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter A. It is? Oh, yes, you're right. The fuck? What's the matter with you? Listen to this, I said. I'll make sure I'll kill you before I get strung up myself, I said. Yes, I understand. What doesn't it take me really big? But Grexy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really, very curious. Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. This is finding something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it. Well, we looked at it first. I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly. He's gone off with it. That was very mean, I'm afraid. Something Gretchen's going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in the next month's installment now. Uh-oh. Poor Grexy. You pissed her off, dude! Really? Is that all I can do? Oh, wait. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar to the exhibit in Japan one time. Oh, in your country now? I do wish I could go and see it. I present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I've written especially. And see if I could get Hurley into a jam against some Jitsu master ninjas. You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think. Oh. That's dull. Ooh! But I do know a prosecutor with a Comanche top knot I could introduce you to. A Comanche? Really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him? Do you? Should be recovered from the trim Cosmo gave him a year ago, yes. Nice reference to, what's his name? What is that gigantic thing over there? Looks like an enormous water wheel. Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. How many people riding inside those little cabins you see? Why? Well, they rotate nicely and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. Wait, it's turning? Look completely still. Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour. If you were mad enough to go on one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Bruno. Unfortunately, at carnivals, I couldn't ride anything fast because of my heart. So it sucks that I didn't have to, so I couldn't do like roller coasters and things like that. I basically just like played the games for prizes and things like that. Oh shit, you go up on this one? Okay. Oh, balloons. So those are people carrying balloons, dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. But I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful, floating Kamari handballs. I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Reno. Please? I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that this thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared. Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground as long as it doesn't explode. Yes. Call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Just saying. Amazing horn-shaped devices pointing toward the crystal tower. I suppose most people are disassembled by the machine. They're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going. I don't think we're supposed to shoot anything right now. We set up to beam people to the crystal tower where they be reconstructed in their original form. Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course. Because that's true, yes. But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? I think that's everything. Okay, let's talk to Rex now. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body, and then beam him across the crystal tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True. It is by far the most unusual the experience planned for the exhibition of mine. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean? Gilbert's doing everything he can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than odd spot of public safety infringements. They can be the first to develop some new technology and makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true in a way. The powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment. Sort of rights. They're making sure that any theories that the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new highfalutin special dispensation for scientific equipment act forbids it. I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department of the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We'll be relegated to keeping guard. Forensic Investigation Team. Any old fool can see this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it. Poor Grexy. He's very head up, isn't he? Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? Are you having me at it, Sunshine? It's the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Yes, I think Early mentioned that recently. With a real twinkle in his eye, as I remember. I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Yes, especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits of the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. Really? Interesting. What does that really mean? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day of this exhibition. Although a good half of them are little cobblers, if you ask me. Put forward by shammers like yourself. Thanks for that. Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's also fun. It'll be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine it, eh? Hang science, that's what I say. Oh, I don't think so. This is my dream job. If you think otherwise, I have to spend a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions. If they're all bogus, how can anyone help to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas, if any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. Ah, okay. I was wondering when this was going to come into play. The scientists get funding? Exactly. And that's what they're all after. All these scammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science! Hang it! Oh. Maybe I can see your point. Apparently Professor Harebrand lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research. That's right. Came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. By this time in further education, it turns out he was at the university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zieks. Eh? What's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zieks means the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or another. Blimey. That man is beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking to Van Zieks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that? Oh, yes. Miss Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about. Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long is that business gonna keep up, I wonder? The victim in this case, the investor, Mr. Aston. He was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Baron von Zieks is a top-class prosecutor. But even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, calling out suspecting Van Zieks initially. We all assumed that he was taking matters into his own hands and he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denies that charge. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zieks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I stake my reputation on it. I would. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that! But I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? It's the whole point of the Reaper. Professor Harebrand mentioned something else. He said that the University Lord Van Zieks was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind. What? He said it was after they just graduated that something happened to change the man. Did anyone else what that was? No clue. Really? Look. I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? Okay. Is there anywhere a place to go? anything. Let's see if we can present something now. Have you read the paper? Yeah, 2 unwelcome blasts back to back. This one at the exhibition and the Reaper getting attacked. I know. Terrible news to wake up to, wasn't it? I tried to pretend I hadn't read it and turned over for another 40 winks. Thanks to that, I was laid up and got roasted from the super. You're like that, aren't they? Okay. What do you think of this? Speaking 9 times out of 10, that my clues turn out to be red herrings. There's no chance that I'm totally irrelevant. It's actually a fairly persuasive argument. Alright, so that means nothing in that case. Looking for this? No, that's the same thing. Alright, here. No, that's the same as well. I feel like I missed something. Anything from verse? No. Anything else I can examine? Still red there. Okay, anything up here? Don't know where to go. Okay, so let's move. So we're going anywhere else, right? Let's go here. Oh, there we go. 22nd October, Naruto's legal consultancy. Converse. What to do? I'm so excited about the prospect of Naruto's anything consultancy opening for business again. That's not what it's called. It's Naruto's legal consultancy. While studying these past 6 months, reading law texts and judicial precedents, I'm sort of a better lawyer now. Can't wait to start practicing again. Nothing's changed in here at all, though, has it? Since the time has stood still in here since Susie went back to Japan. I wanted to keep it ready for Mrs. Otto in case she was able to return to Britain at any point. So I just left everything the way it was. Oh, I see. Right. It was me thinking it was because of the way you are, Bruno. You know, they were bothering to tidy up, I mean. Iris. This isn't the time or the place to bring up my tidiness. Or lack of it. Damn it. Okay, so I missed something somewhere. Alright. So let's just start from the beginning. Let's go to everywhere here. Okay, so... nothing here, I don't think. Anything here? No, nothing there. Okay, so it's got to be in the other 2 places then. Okay, let's go back to the prison first. He apparently is gone. I can't even examine anything in this, so... Alright. Yeah, can we examine Zeke's? What about Zeke's? He's ignoring you, Rena. Causing an offense to avoid speaking outside of the courtroom rule. If anyone is being rude here, it's most certainly the men in black that are standing before us. Oh, I see. Well, thank you for setting the record straight. You see that? He spoke to me, Reno. So, what events have you managed to visit the Great Exhibition yet? He's definitely ignoring you. Right. Not nice to either, then. Alright. Oh, can we... Wow, okay. What are we missing? Is it back to this? No, that just makes me go up, so I'm pretty sure that's what that does. Okay, we've already talked to her. Do we present something to her? Oh yeah, I did that already. Okay, let's see if we present this. Nope, okay, this is back to this. Okay. Okay. Go back upstairs. I don't know what I missed. Okay, I missed something and I had no idea what I missed. Okay, what the hell did I miss? Alright, I might need a walkthrough of this part because I don't know what the hell I'm missing. Okay, so why can I not proceed? I presented everything. I've examined everything I can find. Okay, I am really confused. There's nothing else to examine here. What the fuck? Okay, let's go back to the prosecutor's office. I'm pretty sure. I mean, the only thing we really didn't do was all the sweet stuff, but I don't think that would have anything to really do. The bats are still there. Okay, there's nothing here to examine that I haven't examined already. Okay. There's nothing to examine at the prison. Nothing else to examine in the Chief Justice's office, so what the hell am I missing? Let's make sure. Yeah, there's nothing here. Alright, Okay, so we have Gregson, we have Lestrina, and we have Zeeks. Can't talk to anybody there. Can't talk to anybody there. We talked to Iris there. Alright, let me look at all this again one last time, because this is really bugging me. Okay, so we got all four there. We've already presented everything. Is there anything else that I am missing here? You talk to the guards there. So there's nothing here that we can examine. Other than the saber stick is upstairs, so... Do we need to present something? Maybe you need to present something? No, nothing there. I really don't know what else to do. I thought it might be something like down here that was broken stuff. Or that screwdriver thing. Everything is good up here. Okay. Already done those. Move. I mean, no, I can't even converse with Van Zeeks either. I may have to actually look this up, guys, because I don't know what else I'm missing. Examine everything. That's the stairs. That's the cloth. That's the dirt. We got that thing. Okay, nothing there. We've looked over there, we've looked at that, we've looked there, we've looked there. That wouldn't have anything to do with it. Alright, let me go back to here. We've conversed there. Okay, I am really confused here, guys. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, guys, is I'm going to go ahead and take a break here. Get a little bit of water. Go ahead and take the bathroom. It might be a little bit, because I'm going to go ahead and look at a little bit of a walkthrough, not too far, to find out what the hell I have to do to proceed, because I can't find anything that I can do. So, sit tight, guys. I will be back as soon as I can while getting everything, and we'll see what we can do about continuing. Alright, hang on just a minute while we do this. Okay. streaming a call stream earlier tonight. Okay, guys, I'm back with everything, and now we finally found what the heck happened. So apparently, I could scroll up on this portion, which I didn't know. So that's, I'm assuming, what I'm missing? Knock on wood? Hopefully that's what it is. So we'll just go from there, I guess. And we'll see if this, hopefully that's what gets everything. Hold on just a second. There we go. Sorry about that. Alright. So let's examine this. Maybe this is what it is. That's the only other thing I could find. That's where the code ended up after it's in kinesis, or whatever they call it. Get it, course. And yet they're calling the experiment a success. What's this? What the scaffold for? The coppers, or lads, set that up after the incident happened. Get the body drawn down, I think. No, not really. Did you have to erect the scaffolding? Nah. Lookout duty is more my thing. Running around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Ryan Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. Incredible, though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged the gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Bruno, listen! What? What is it? I've been thinking. Okay, there we go. That's what it was I was missing, guys. It was that. God, that was bugging the crap out of me. Hurley might know something, might he? Now what? Oh, Mr. Reaper! Now what happened to Lord Van Seeks, you mean? It sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. World. Okay, hold on just a minute. Everything okay on my side? Yeah, looks like it's good here. Just decided to go down on that side. Okay, so we're good. Maybe, but I have no idea what to find Mr. Jones at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Here! This is what you need. What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tussauds? Is this supposed to be even something to me? You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. You can go now if you like. No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow. But that's where Hurley is. What? At this popular London attraction? Yes. How did you know where he is? Hurley told me. He told me to keep it a secret from you, Bruno. Madame Tussauds. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then... stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Jones is usually at the heart of them. Alright, can we move now to there? There we go. Okay, jeez. Alright, madam. Let's see what you got. October 22nd, Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxworks. What the fuck? Okay. Whoa. That's interesting. What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes. But why are all the people so still? Guillotines. Ruthless murders. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Rena? Shocked? Wax models? Ah! I read about dead bodies in wax once, in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax apparently. It's called Adipocere, is what I'm gonna say. Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, Adipocere doesn't form readily. Ah! Stop doing that. Alright, hold on. History. You know, it's only in very specific... Ah! Okay, that's what it is. What now? I just remembered something else I read. In another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady. Maybe a witch? Who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. None of the exhibits from here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas. It can't be. Do you really think you're gonna believe that? Just look at them. Oh. There's no way anybody can make models of people that are this realistic. Oh my god, look who's there. We know he's real. And there are also some gruesome scenes. Wait. What is it? Oh, no. I must be seeing things. Alright, let's examine some stuff here. Start with the left. Alright. Is this some infamous murder? Yes. Called Jane the Ripper. All her victims were young women. I knew it. You can tell by the way she's holding the knife. She's trying to have a murder. Well, yes. Ah! What's the matter, Reno? I worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore. Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. Doesn't mention anything about the bathtub. Really? Sorry, I don't think it's significant. I still think it has to be there for a reason. Please do not touch the statues. Okay. Whoa, look at this one. That big, heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it. Oh, yes. That's the famous Tuswell Special Exhibit. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Want to pay the extra fee and have a look? Hey, more money? To be even more terrified? Oh, let me think about that for a moment. It's only a suggestion. Alright, here he is. These guys are so well made. I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human. Or maybe all of these exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about. Just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. Alright, and nothing there. We know about you. Is this an example of Western Sujigiri? I don't know what that is. You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby and tests his sword. I still don't know. No. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Did you model it, do you think, Reno? Do that Sujigiri thing you mentioned? Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. I might turn to 5 minutes. Yeah, that's why they hired Ben Still as a night guard. Alright. Before we get to that, because I'm pretty sure Herlock is real here, let's see what that says. Oh, it is that. The Great Detective, Mr. Herlock Jones! Mr. Jones has his own wax statue in here? Really? No, he's really there. Well, he is world famous after all. It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? Use my skin crawl to look at it. I know. Look, Bruno. You can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move with muscle. Oh my god, he actually did it. He can't go around kicking the exhibit sites. Oh god. look at him back. Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. Not just a little bit either. Really? Did it? Look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face. All this waxwork. Model. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look! There's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take exception to you recoiling in such a manner as if you'd seen something truly aberrant. Mr. Sholmes! Knew it. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick! Could you not have had a little more restraint? You winded me! Well, Bruno had something he needs to ask you. Ah, question. And I thought you'd probably be getting bored, too. So here we are. Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. You know, 2 minutes more being stationary like that, and my great brain upon which all my success has been built will turn to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you? You could know something that's true. Well, Lord Ben sees what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For your luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh. Well, actually I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work. What? Back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? What the fuck? Okay, we already did the examining, I'm assuming, right? Wait, why is this back? These guns are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxman and what's a real human. That's how Hurley gets away with making himself a temporary exhibit for the day. Maybe there's other people posing exhibits in here, though. Or maybe all exhibits are real. Okay, it's the same thing. When it's closing time and all of this is going on, they suddenly start moving about, blah, 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 blah. I may have to examine that again. That was really weird. Alright, so this is back here. Is this an arm? Looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork monsters has fallen over. You don't think it could be the work of one of the masked murderers in here, do you? Bruno! Stop scaring me! Is it a wax worm? Or a real one? Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Put that arm now and see how it feels. Gotcha! Okay. So this is still here. And that looks good here. Can't go up this time, so I don't have to worry about it this time. Alright, can we converse with them? We can't, okay. What is this place? Madame Tussauds came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan, too. But these displays are something else. I mean, they are made from actual real people, are they? The surrealism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tussauds family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned. Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the site of the executions. That really turns my stomach. It's just one of several legends about the Tussauds family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Of course. Visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition. People usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile corners of their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the mysteries portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the models of them. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fella, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So, these exhibits in here are... they're all portrayals of real events and actors of place. Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh. He's back at being a waxwork, is he? Okay. What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Shumps? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them. Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare them. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph of us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Shumps? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money. You really rewarded me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent. I have the ravenous Irish to consider. Oh, Hurley. I'm so hungry. Push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Narhead. What do you threaten me to run me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Narhead, ignore me at your own peril. Had to be no accident again. Even though his final remark, they sound like a lot like a curse. Well, what would you like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Van Zeeks. Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust. So I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I learned. I learned Van Zeeks, about Professor Hamrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zeeks such a different person. I was sure that you'd know, Hurley. You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before. That something was afoot. And that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up. Well. Damn it. Well. It seems we've reached the unavoidable. Greetings. Hello. Where did you come from? Hey, what's he wearing? Is he looking any more mysterious? Oh my god, it's freaking... It's McGonagall, isn't it, when she was younger? Fuck. Actually, he does kind of look kind of cute, though. I hope you are appreciating my museum. Sorry, have we? Do you know that... Not again! My apologies. I am Esmeralda Tuspels. This is my museum of waxwork. What? You? You're the Madame Tuspels? Green Shaw. Though only 26 years young, I might add. Is that significant somehow? Madam, it means only. It has a certain je ne sais quoi. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxwork. Or rather, one wax in particular. That'll be Mr. Sholmes then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. Yeah! He moved. He moved. Give him the toil and trouble. He moved. She sounds deadly serious. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zeeks now? Let's not forget what Hurley said before. About something being afoot. Right here in the museum, I mean. Yes, I know. But... I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here. Am I getting enough on our plate already? Alright. What do you think of my badge? What do you think of my badge? Daddy, there's something I'd like to show you. Yes, what is that? I remarked on it to myself immediately, and I've been very curious since. Ah, it's actually the mark with a pencil in the part of hand. Ah, called the march. Not quite as interesting as I hoped. What were you expecting from an armed man? Did you make all these backwards, Madam Tuspels? I did. I am the third generation of waxwork artisans now. Gosh! It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, leading through the turbulent tide of the French Revolution as she did. but that is when she acquired the single affair that leads to the astonishing life like this. All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What is exhibit here represents the most atrocious of London's criminals past. All the waxworks were created in the present of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret of the extraordinary life of things. That sounds terrifying. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade for excellence, one must go to the extraordinary lengths. Exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. How could the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear. Sorry. This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of things, singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope. I was glad to stay tuned to think of it. Sorry, I thought you would ease you into things. What's the situation with that? A temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see. It was a business proposal. Oh. What sort of proposal? My dear Madame, what these sparse exhibits needs is the addition of a world-famous detective. Or a word to that effect. Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sharp is widely known in London as a talented detective. A great detective, actually. He's very specific about it. Yes, creme de la creme. So it's keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms. Let me guess. Someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for services. Ugh. For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. Or words to that effect. Mr. Schultz might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Incredibly, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead. I'm sure he doesn't really need to do what he's doing though, does he? I would think not. But he was very insistent. I have a 50-shilling problem. I must resolve by the morning. Or worse to that effect. Ugh. The pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem. Is the consulting detective work not going so well? I wonder. Can I ask you something? What's up? I'm just curious. Is anything going on at the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Who suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little. Oh, he disappeared! A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Ah! There you are! Did you exhibit a game where you shouldn't be working? Do you wish to be melted down. Come here, Madam Tuscaloosa. Save your reverence. There are more pressing concerns. The rest can wait. It's ideas about your current problem you must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why even not? These are as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for mere 50 shillings. But please be aware that I prefer no. I insist upon payment in advance. Very well. Let's see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Deduction time? Yeah, I think it's coming, guys. Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? That is the special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it. Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. You must have been the special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Ah, absolutely not! There's nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madame? What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? Ah! I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond, before the situation worsens. Yes. Very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only a sukan. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. This most special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Well then perhaps, Mr. Shrines, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. Here we go, guys. I knew it was coming. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Why would you say that? Alright, let me go ahead and say this now. After I wasted about 15 minutes trying to find what the hell he is to get this thing open, I don't want to fucking go all the way back. Okay, there we go. And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. Ah! Just barrels of candle wax. I don't understand. So, Madam Tusbels, as you agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing the famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Let's go, baby! Great deduction! The game is afoot. Topic 1. Waxworks Fate. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here at this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so heavily from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That's all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? As much as the involuntary glance you cast, you would see Madame Casabas. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. Okay, so public notice is one. Waxwork for sale. The business hit the hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of 200 pounds. No! Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the poorly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear that the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is fully known to you. Ah! Unfortunately, madam, human genius does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. Okay, so that's the two we need to find. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result, the scene we see before us, he collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not played with regret. Conclusion, sold for cash. Topic 2. Waxwork location. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider the problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only to observe his neckerchief, which is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? He is quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightful visage. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. But your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Threepence? Tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the guy who rates aging waxworks is riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the poorly given for an exorbitant 200 pounds. The sort of plucky behavior that should attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madam? I do not. Yes, the waxwork we sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be united with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. Conclusion. discovered already. This concludes her lecture on this big deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Alright, soldier, let's get this. Here we go. Uh-oh, he's got it out again. I see I've stunned you all into silence. You have, Hurley. You have. And you're obviously upset this young lady in the process. Your coffin looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Stone, just one, as we save again. I always do things in threes, okay? Ah! The jury's never heard us 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit features this old policeman. So that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman? Ottermole? Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital last year. Police rushed to the scene every time only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether. And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottermole. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed. It's a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is £200 a lot of money for a wax model? Would be enough to afford one of the latest Steam characters if that puts things into perspective. So, it is quite a lot then. Is there anything else you wish to add before I melt you down? Glowing wax is looking more and more ominous. The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me. Mr. Jones did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, if that's alright. I need some minor corrections to the Great Detective's great deductions. Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight. Well, let's get started then, shall we? For Manifestos Venturango. Alright, here we go. Alright, so back to here. Alright, here we go. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Manifestos. In accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing the famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Again. Alright. Hold it, Mr. Jones. Here we go. This is the best part of the game, by the way, the introduction stuff. Okay, the beginning of the assassin shows what exactly it's about. Foot here in the museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so heavily from your bag. An estimation sum £200. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, as much as the invalid glance you cast, it would seem not the test spells. As the answer lies where your eyes now fall. Sign. So the significance of the £200 is revealed by that public notice. Okay, here we go. Alright, let's see what we got this time, guys. She never looked in this direction, it's true. I'm not sure she's selling her waxworks even for £200. Oh? She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I would sell them for anything. For that much money, I would. It sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance. Let's have a further glance again and see if there's anything else that can explain it. Okay. Alright, so let's see what we have. So we have portly man. Seems this well-dressed gentleman is alive after all, so it's not alive and kicking. He's not a waxworker, model, or mass murderer. I'm not sure I'd pay 200 pounds for him. I don't think that man's up for sale. Well, anyway, it was a silly place to put him. Other museum visitors could easily trip. I don't think the man was put there on purpose either. Okay, so we have that. Is that the only two things? Or... well, what's this? Note on the wall. What's that note doing pinned on the wall there? Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tussauds, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. What? This is... seems like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone's kidnapped. Yes, it's a ransom note. Exactly. Okay, so ransom note, that's probably what it is. Let me just see if there's anything else first. Okay. We'll look at the public notice too. Waxwork for sale. You want to really buy models of mass murderers? I'm thinking about having 200 pounds in my pocket. Exactly. You buy one of those brand new types of steam carriage. So I'd spend it on if I had it, no question. Ooh, I buy all the herbs in the world. Must be another excuse for money. We need to keep looking. Okay. Now let's just make one last thing. Okay, I think it is the ransom note. Okay, yeah, it's gotta be the ransom note.
Take that!
Gotta be. Yep. This is the 200 pounds revealed by that ransom note. Ugh. This is the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Points out. We must congratulate these criminals on their thinking this, abducting a waxwork. Ah! 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, but you clearly tend to pay it. The matter in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary, then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let's explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is this portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, because of which it's fully known to you. Ah! Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. Without the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. Okay, we know it's not the money. So the right word was kidnapped. Where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? We just ask him when he comes around. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right. He's trying so hard, we mustn't let him down. Well, there's little doubt he suffered a shock, that much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tussauds trying to hide? Let's look around. Okay, let's see what we have. Okay, so we have... start from here. Okay, we got a whole 360 thing this time. Okay. Okay, nothing so far. Nothing here. Is there anything? Okay, so let's first do 200 pounds. So she was prepared to pay all that money to get her waxwork back again. Really must have been a very special model. For a mass murderer. So special kind of model would ruthless killer be. Well, anyway, we can be fairly sure the man lying on the floor didn't take it. Suppose we should leave him in peace. Okay, whoa, what the? Oh, that was right. Wait, that's a different color. Oh, shoot! I didn't even different. What in the world? This is this man just has right hand, isn't it? Yes, it must be. But it clearly her left hand after all. Oh, well, wait a minute. This is a left hand as well. Look. Don't say creepy things, Iris, please. And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard. You mean... it's made of wax? Waxwork hand. Okay. Anything... oh. Long hair braid. Okay. That just has very long hair, doesn't she? Yes, but you couldn't tell looking at her from the front. You know, it's rather like a whip, don't you think? Sort of whip could floor the gentleman with a single crack. It's a little far-fetched, even for you, Rena. Okay, so usually there's only 3, so just to make sure. Anything? I think that's what it is. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and present that then, because I don't see anything else.
Take that!
The not the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you? The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be your right hand, but closer research reveals that, in fact, it's a left hand. Ah! And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, Minnie. It's the hand of a waxwork model. Yeah! Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes. This owner saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. See? There's Mark's keepsake? Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I'm afraid that I had to teach the man a lesson. You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result, the scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later. But for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in the special exhibit has been kidnapped. Conclusion? Kidnapped. Solved. Alright, here we go. The question that arises then is what has become the waxwork that changed hands? Let's consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? For the answer, we need only to observe the neckerchief. Okay. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is assigned to other policemen that some crime is underway. We're communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard. That Mr. Jones didn't hesitate to give away. Well, the covert secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tisfel's reaction to Mr. Jones' seduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Alright, let's see what we had. Okay, so it's just as still in this one. Okay. So we have a flat cap. I think it has like this in Japan as well. They're called flat caps, aren't they? Yes, or hunting cats. The early cat is called a deer stalker, by the way. Hunting. Stalking. British only seen keen on catching game. Every time I see a deer stalker, I automatically think of Mr. Sholmes. The flat cat makes me think of a Japanese country gentleman somehow. In other words, people from all walks of life wear all different types of hats. So it doesn't really help us. Alright, so let's go ahead and do the neckerchief. Okay. A secret scratch sign to warn other agents of ongoing crime. I know. Sounds so thrilling, doesn't it? Maybe I'll try to work it into next month's installment. Another points secret will be revealed to all London's 6 million inhabitants. Well, they'll just have to come up with some new sign, I suppose. How does this 10-year-old miniature have such terrifying influence? Alright, so there's got to be something else. Usually there's 3. Oh, so we do have a little bit of wiggle room. Okay. Whoa, what is that? Oh, a shoulder stub. What the? He has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be. Ah, well that settles that then. Right. This isn't a real person at all. His entire arm has been ripped off from the shoulder down. His arm's been... Of course. It ties in with what we just found out. So it's the shoulder stub, right? So we have the neckerchief, we had the hat. Yeah, it's gotta be that.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? Find the answer, we need only... Who is this fellow? Find the answer, we need only to observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks this earth. That I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact defying all odds, a waxwork model. Gentlemen, it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Schultz. Has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 police awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally, what other explanations could there be? There was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor of the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a ridiculous and unsightly visage. We watch it closely and he read the muscle. Almost in fact, as if he were a waxwork. Ah, but you rationally confirmed my suspicions about him. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Another policeman called Ottermole. Was it? See one then? He's all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price though. Profits isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas and compared to the delightful lodging of that. So is this the special killer taken from the special exhibit? Is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for 200 pounds? Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Really? Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up. Alright, so we do have the spinning one again. Alright, so we have price tag. We'll go ahead and start with that. 3 pence. It's a far cry from 200 pounds, isn't it? For 3 pence, you could buy it and put it on display in your room, Rena. I think I'd rather not go to sleep and watch an old man if it's all the same to you. This price tag does stand out, doesn't it? I mean, you could even buy the helmet on his head for that much money, I don't think. I wonder what the price tag's really for then. Alright, let's see. Whoa, why is your... Okay, you got a little twitch there. What is this? We're not talking about... I'll stop there. Look at this! The man's stabbing his foot like crazy. Seems to be fast asleep though. He's not stabbing his foot consciously though. So you mean... Must be a twitch. Never mind that. The point is the waxwork doesn't tap their feet. Or twitch. And look at his arm too. He's scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we? Oh wow, I didn't see the scarf over here. I don't believe it. The secret sign that lets other detectives know some criminal activities underway. Yes. Slightly strange choice of outfit he was trying to go unnoticed. He must be a detective disguised as a policeman. Or a detective disguised as a Waxwork model of a policeman. It's a lucky he's clever enough to think of something like that now. Can't you try to be a little more polite about this, about him, Iris? I mean, it's gotta be the twist, right?
Take that!
Yeah. The detail sign of the instantly proves whether or not this old man is a Waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic Waxwork does not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of actors there. And there you have it. Well, Madame Tuscas? Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He's sound asleep. But then, what's this tag about showing a person's free defense? No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that strike you, Mr. Malahoda? Yes. The secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course. Because as you know, there's been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective. So, it would seem that we finally arrived at the truth. The Waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. What does this have to do with the irregular case, though? If anything. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Conclusion? Still a mystery. Solved! Deduction complete. Elementary, my dear. Now, hold on. All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time when they're way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. The great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. Though I did all the work. Shut up! As far as your rough customer, I know that he'll regain conscience shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the Waxwork that from the special display. He was indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically, it was. Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. In as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I've told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Okay, the stolen waxwork. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. Some days ago now, when I came in here one morning, I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. these are a much prominent display. So, that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it down. So this record that was stolen is a model of some horrible crime. Yeah, is a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. A particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar in society than any other, I would say. The Professor. Sherlock Holmes, guys, you know what this means. I don't even have heard of. So, Mr. Not heard of. It seems the circle is complete. So I'm assuming that's referring to Moriarty, right? Sorry? The Professor case happened at around the time I was born, didn't it? Holy shit. Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes. At exactly the time that Baron von Zieks graduated from university, in fact. Ooh. Interesting. What? Surely he's not sane. So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life as you surmised, it was the Professor case. Who was this Professor then? It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Von Zieks? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the Professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Hurley? Those murdered by Professor were some of the highest members of the British I can't say it, but you know what the word is. Aristocracy. There we go. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... Wait. Of course. What Professor Haybrain said. Lord Van Zieks is from a family with noble blood. Oh gosh! It was the 5th victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Clint Van Zieks. Ooh, father? Or brother, maybe? No. I don't believe it. Van Zieks? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. Older brother. Okay. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Bergman pursued a career as a prosecutor. He eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord Van Zieks had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter. For the time being, at least. After all, I have work to do. As a wax exhibit. I am afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Ooh! Interesting. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Who is this? Oh! It's been too long. It really has. I'm delighted to see you, Doug. It's been 10 years. And here we are, being in a prison of all places. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Assman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Tomorrow, the court will decide. Yes. I'm a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. I must warn you. Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting our you. Yes. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Eric, are you really... What? Never mind. I know you have my best interest at heart. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course. Fully understand. Thank you, though. So tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. To be continued. Save. Yeah, 251, 11. Okay. Alright, trial day 1, I'm assuming, or trial last day, who knows. Alright, here we go, guys. October 23rd, 8:52 a.m., the old independent city jail. It's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. Now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Ah! Mr. Naruto! Good morning, Professor Harry. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in your charts. You never felt anything like that. It's crushing me. They're down here. Gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest point. You got me that's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure. I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, well. You won't let me down, will you, Miss Naruto? Count on you today's trial. To save my life! To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine being made public! Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. After silence of these days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. My commiserations, Mr. Naruto. Peter, I've been lumbered with a most tiresome case here. Oh, I thought I was actually Baron, actually. Mr. Stones, nice to see you here. Ugh. That was very mean, Bruno. Leave me alone at home with Hurley. Took me at least an hour to wake me. Ah! Are you... Sherlock Sholmes? Indeed so. I'm he. Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even while living in Germany. Ah, yes. I guess in Germany, too. This wasn't so was sublime. He doesn't do the adventurous silver blaze was wonderful. Oh, yes. Oh, my monkeys indeed. He concerned a snake, I seem to recall. No, that was his speckled band. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. Sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh. I read a bit of Madame Testbus. You mean, your Westwork trap? No, Westwork abduction, of course. I'm to engage my services. Ah. You're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? Ugh. The week's wages depend on it, as it's taking care of the Wagner act naturally. As such, I get to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, by skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. That's protein pie, too, by the way. And it's your vote with. Once I solve this case, I shall have no money to afford a pie in the description. Ooh! You must absolutely give it to your full intention, Early. Quite, Iris, quite. But let me riddle with irony now. When I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh, yes. Quite. Definitely. Absolutely. Totally understand. So, a little starstruck. Wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hammond. Oh, ooh! I thank you. Four departments, Naruto. A word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation such as was intended by the professor at the great exhibit is quite impossible. The professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he firmly believes it was. I've read Professor Moneybrain's paper about it too, Rena, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. He's clearly barking up the wrong tree. But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. It's that contradiction that will be the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. That's supposed to mean. Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley! Well, looks like you're on your own today, Runa. But chin up, you can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. That sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. Experiment that the laws of science say can possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Rinosuke. That's the key to this case. October 23rd, 19 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrain. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Without practice. What's more, without society sign today. This is my manager, does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well. I recollect the victim, Mr. Ernie Asman. Mr. Asman was well known to fighting Seer, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Bensons. The jury unanimously found him not guilty, because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. This travel one friend was prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on 21st October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? That is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. The fact remains that Mr. Asman's death is a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Since you ready to fulfill your societal duty, I am most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. Whoever may take the palm of one's hands. Oh gosh, oh golly, it shivers down my spine. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Any strange scholar that defies the reputation of science deserves to hang. We had to listen to what's said on both sides, the defense and settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Damn, I was going to do howler with it, lady. Wait, that dude's here? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. That's... Police killer Automobile look-alike. Again. He's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the incident where we are here to judge the academy took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. So the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. Tragic turn of events. As such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world, will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion at the end. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Bensons. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of the scientists' latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve British technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage kinesis. Good lord! It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity, and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? I don't believe it, that's for sure. This is suddenly treated with electricity? My goodness, how shocking! Ha! All idea is absurd. Others would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? Expert in your field? I am. And my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Jones are in agreement. Possible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What not? Order! Order! The present hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Aspen's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... this disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Thank you, Lord Essex. Prosecution stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Off for the cake! Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. Witnesses, state your names and occupations before the court. Yes, sir. My inspection, Detective Inspector, Scotland Yard, Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration of the day in question in charge of the following investigation. Albert Harbane, scientist. You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes. Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the great exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, alright. Incredible explosion. But the science! The science was a success! The instantaneous kinesis worked! Everyone saw it! They must have done. There was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, concerning the photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. Okay, so that's our guy. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. Centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. It seems that the victim ran straight into it. I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence. Photograph of the victim has been entered into the court record. Okay, let's look at that first. Alright, nothing really out of the ordinary yet, although this is a little concerning here. That sounds like that looks like it might be a gunshot or maybe a knife wound or something. That could be an interesting coming up later. Okay. As the court heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Aspen. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. He's the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of a man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But could it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right! That must be it! My splendid machine! That poor, splendid machine! You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the records thanks to the Special Dispensary for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? Well, that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon. Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry? Me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How can he possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim the experiment to have been a front for murder. A front for murder. The court said when crashing through the Crystal Tower had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. The post-mortem examination revealed another injury. A fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. Okay, so it is a knife. Or something like that. So I'm guessing knife as of right now. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere. And the cell is the only one who could have done it. How do you figure that? An extraordinary business? In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart? Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The court says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No! That couldn't be further from the truth. I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly. Interesting. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the bird cage materializing in midair. Oh, and it dropped, and that's why you got the broken neck. Okay, that kind of makes sense. From where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window. My word. What assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then? I'm so sorry! I didn't mean for this to happen! She was just too powerful! But honestly, really, I swear! It was just an accident! A terrible accident! Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No. Not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the court. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. Autopsy report has been entered into the court record. The autopsy report of the victim, Mr. Asper's neck was broken from the impact of the violent fall, and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. I was there in person, you know, for the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with me was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist. Really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, before we do, let's look at the autopsy report. Alright. Autopsy report, coroner Courtney Sith. Details of the name of the asthmatic male, age 47, nationality British. Time of death, October 21st, around 2:20 p.m. Cause of death, hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart inflicted by a sharp implement. Additional observations. A broken vertebrae most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. Okay. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. Ugh. Need to focus here. Ow! It's been a while. Front for murder. Ugh. Who's that weird passing through the crystal tower had a broken neck? Okay, let's press this. Hold it! Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly. Telling something else about this whole rum business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. Ah! At the explosion, the cage with the fellow inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in mid-air. So all the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor. What was the cause of the fatal disaster? I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. Hold it! So the angle of projection is critical, is it? Ugh, you calculate it yourself. Personally. Absolutely. That's just far too complicated for anyone but me to carry it out. Oh, you got it wrong. Didn't you? Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake. People fall for that brazen confidence. Let's try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened. Obviously, then you had to include the weight of the clothes Miss Aston was wearing at the time, I suppose. Ah! Back like comments. It should have been right. Should have been 3. So much for safety first. 3 must be for safety third. The post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. Hold it! This is probably the stabbing, right? What fatal injury, you said? Doesn't make any sense. I think I just spelled it out, but here we go. Just because there are 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? You're right. Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case? You'll get your answer when I finish my fish and chips. And don't keep buddying every 2 seconds. It's not my fault I have this for fucking 7 months in a row. But we all know that's a bottomless bag. Yeah, exactly. You just keep coming up. The victim plummeted 30 feet into the glass tower. Maybe reasonable to assume that as the cause of death. Right. That's what we all thought. It was a red herring, wasn't it? There's a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. Okay, let's press that. Hold it! Is that like some kind of knife? The Fist knew nothing of this crucial information! The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That's the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. So what's the nature of the sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. Oh, the screwdriver thing. Okay, so that's what's down. Okay. This. Oh, yes. That would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it? Damn it. Hate when it does that. Cancel. Ah! There he is. My trusty little companion, Andrew. Do you call your screwdriver Andrew? Andrew? Of course. Ah, you know each other already. These are my dear friends. Look at all my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Okay, go ahead. He's guilty, right? Yeah. Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother, Michael, is a crosshead. Well, it would appear that you belong to Andrew. The red stain on his shank. Ah! That isn't... It's blood. Beyond all reasonable doubt. No. That's not all. The bone sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? Order! Order! The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. Charges have been entered into the court record. The hairbane stretches clear that he's named Andrew. There are traces of blood at the tip, and it matches the shape of the victim's wound. So one of Professor Haybane's tools is the murder weapon. Alright. This is blood. So Asmon's no doubt. This is the problem with looking at the murder weapons. That's all you gave me, really? I think there's usually shit to handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine. Could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. No screwdriver that was found broken in the grill on the base of what remains of the kinesis machine has a very distinctive handle. Okay. Alright, I think that's the only thing we can do for that. Great. So this was killed before he went anywhere. So it's the only one who could have done it.
Hold it!
What grounds do you have for saying that? Do we need to ask? Yeah, that's why I asked it. There are only two people that public share in the States. One of the whole crowd. The victim, Sir Asmon, and the accused, Professor Hairbane. Do we know for certain that before the experiment the victim was alive? That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, upon the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, there's someone else on stage and the victim could possibly stand.
Scott!
Whoa, what is this about? Okay.
Excuse me!
Here, here's some information that may be relevant here. Professor! Ah, sorry! I was just calculating the optimal coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that. Seems as though you might have something to say. That's Dr. Greg's last remark. Ah! Ah! Yes! That's right, of course! You said that nobody else could have done it, didn't you? That's right. Let's go stab the victim, eh? don't know. But there's no way I could possibly stab Mr. Aspen, as you say. Eh? Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. I heard. Then surely you see. If I had plugged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, whole stage would have been bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. Ah! But thousands of wonders were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no. Suppose not. See? Not one! Sure, I didn't see anything like that. Well done, Professor. That's a great counter-argument. Order! Order! Ah, my first drop. Yes, glass. Pray forgive this experience if I save a drop from my hollow chest to accompany my old friends adducing. I changed to grape juice because that's what the story said I did. So from now on, it's not blood; it's just grape juice. It's really blood, but I'm going to call it grape juice from now on. Okay. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barrett. I'm really not a patch on you. Ah! No, you're not. No? You neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have? Particular situation. There's very little bleeding would result from a stab. Ah, of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed was left in his body while he was beamed through the air. No. Pretty sure it's this. Let me look at this again. Found poking through the grill in the base of what remains of the machine. Yeah.
Objection!
Here's the machine. You see that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there's no blood on the experimental stage, even though the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes. What about the screwdriver? The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene of ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective just stopped me. He's not right, Inspector Gregson. Well, now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look. Nothing more. I was very clear he wasn't such a thing. Yes, that's true. This screwdriver was in the plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have done that, should it? Well, what are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it should have still been on the stage. Ah! That's right. Should have been beamed across the crystal tower along with Mr. Aslan. And the gun still lodged in the victim's chest. Order! Order! I explain this, Inspector. I don't... This is not everything that the victim had on his person who was with him when beamed. Screwdriver was still in its chest when the incident occurred. Obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. You... This is a strange sensation. You know, people are saying that this continuous kinesis is a scientific impossibility. We're so based on arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument. We can only conclude that the testimony given in this report cannot be relied upon. Organization stumped. Oh. Dude, we're winning! You have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Hunter, don't worry! About what? Without diving into the details, there's no inconsistency. What? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Osmond's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. What? What? Ow! See that? Oh, that's right, she's not here now. Fuck. Now that's great news. The receiving your illusions have been shattered. I think we should hear the accuser's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation? Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well. The defendant will testify again. Flies with the scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. No, that's earlier. That comes later. Okay. The inconsistency explained. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that the kinesis cannot transport metal, that hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruto isn't an inconsistency at all. That was a pitch of my research. For him, my work wouldn't have been possible. I have a day to protect this incredible machine that we built together. Man, I must have pressed on this one. You didn't realize you were winning there. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery of the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrained could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cages used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness! Professor Hairbrain? Yes. Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Malheur. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Malheur. Okay, let's see. Easily explained. Okay, so the state of Gallon data merge. Okay, so we don't really need that one. My hypothesis states that conditions cannot transfer. Okay, let's press this.
Hold it!
Your hypothesis states it. So this isn't proven. This isn't proven then? No, of course not. It's merely hypothesis. I cannot say that word tonight. What the hell? But a good one. There's about thousands of calculations. But it's widely known that metals can't be composed by electrolysis. Yes, of course. So I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? The whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry? The birdcage? Yes, that's what I call the C. obtusa cage, which Mr. Aspen was placed for the kinesis. The gas on which the victim was tamed does indeed seem to be made of timbers of some sort. I thought you had to refer to her as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was being away by kinesis would have been left behind on stage if it was made of metal, correct? Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model. But the ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, was it not? Ah, indeed, sir. Someone get me out of this nightmare. Picard, you heard on Enterprise, Voyager, Deep Space Nine ship, which I don't remember the name of. I never saw Deep Space Nine, so I don't know. You see Voyager and Next Generation, the original. I just thought Deep Space Nine was just going to be at one place the whole time. I don't know if it was or not, but I might give it a shot later on. Who knows? Anyway. In other words, the point of this reason isn't existed at all. Jasmine was the patron of my research, that way my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect you. Okay, so I don't think there's anything we can do on these last two. And we know the stretches, so it's got to be either here or here. And I don't think this is really much we can do. It's got to be something here. Okay, so we got to present something here. Okay. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal then. Would you do maybe this? Because there's nothing there, but there's nothing... I don't know if that is one. Okay. Okay. Let's say here 11, 11, 32, 58. Okay. The only thing I can think of is maybe the photo on this statement. Photograph a print of the victim taken after he was being preserved. So the parent stabbed wound to the chest. Is it this one?
Objection!
It is that one. Okay. The only thing that makes sense. Mr. Herbert, still according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Aspen is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. Oh shit, I didn't see that. What? Metal? No. Metal can't. That's not. Metal? No! We've already established that the proposed metal weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Harebrant, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Ah! Order! 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 Counselor, what is the implication of this? If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound! I proved it that day! The experiment was a success! The experiment was proof of all my hard work! I added hard, I know. If I could say something here in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4. Go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait! Wait, Scott! What are you, Chris Lloyd in Back to the Future? What the hell? Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, hasn't it? For all of us. In other words, the demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the records of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never! The machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Science and Equipment Act. What the devil is that blessed act all about, eh? You made up such a daft rule. I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? You always raise an objection. It's always raise an objection. Why would we wait and see?
Objection!
Well, I should say always. Most of the time it is. Professor Hammond has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes? But even so... what? Going to such trouble as it's in expense to create a fake machine to display in public. You have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. Ah! If the government was foolish enough to deem the man's ridiculous mission plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. The conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds? You're an order of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds a year! hasn't done that much for years. Society noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. And plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. Not looking good. No, no, no! I would just see anyone! At least of all the government! How about this sound? The size of sound? Please, you must believe me!
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Back! And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed the murder is the accused. Derek. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Renzies? The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. Oh, we got new ones? Okay. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? Witnesses, I'm guessing? They were spectators to the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Oh, they're the ones in the balloons? Eyewitnesses? Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. She would very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no pastiche. I don't know if I said that right. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage, before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh! Yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. It's really a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. Where does that leave me? We gotta take a short recess now. During which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. To be continued. Oh, maybe we can go a little further. Alright, so we're right here. Yep. I think we can go a little further. October 23rd, 7:44 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Mission heard? Whoops. What were you playing at just now? Or rather... What on earth were you playing at all along? My apologies, my amazing apologies! You had been home from the start! Oh, sorry about that. But you promised me! You said you proved that the drowning explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. Why have you done so far as try to undermine me? Yes, I did make your promise, you're right. I said I believe in you and you'd fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there is an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see? Because my work's incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh. Oh no! so right. It's not my fault. They have no right to blame me for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just a scientist. I was a human being. Well, now I'd be a little over the top. More on the subject. What about Barrick? He's being awful. Telling his old university shouldn't be a murderer, you mean? This is a disaster. Not just a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, no. Wait, he's a Reaper, isn't he? Because he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. Well, that's clear up. Can I double check something with you? Oh, yes? What? The machine and demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruto, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor. I understand. Counsel, defend it. Prosecutor's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way to the courtroom, please. Ugh. It's gotta be somebody in the balloon, I'm assuming, right? All hinges on that demonstration. The professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims. It leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Jones was adamant. Credible implementation such as attempted by the professor of the great exhibit is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? October 23rd, 11 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? Prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Van Zeeks. I believe these next minutes is a solid demonstration of the day in question. Very nice. Indeed, they did. As luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. The testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Oh, is one of them going to be Gina? Perfect. Detective of all people. Prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. Prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witness whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. I'm guessing one of them is Gina, right? Oh, no, it's not. Whoa. Oh, yeah, it is Gina. Okay. Ugh. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Lune. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the experimenter stage. My name is Wilhelm Gostrich Sigmund Unstead. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I'm very rich. Good for you. Can you give me some money? Inspector Deal is drunk. Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective, even Erlock Sholmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. Again. Once you dead bitches seem to see the disaster from a balloon action, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time, and saw events unfold in the skies above. Make it sound like they were in the clouds. It's only an altitude of circa 60 feet. Very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you? 60 feet. About 18 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimonies to the court. I'll describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. The view from 6 feet up. It was an incident that terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Okay. Ugh. There's this huge bang on the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. And for a minute of smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. It was an extraordinary collective account, I must say. Can I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness testimony that I have not heard any mention of until now. Specifically that there were 2 explosions? More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places. Yes. Ugh. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration the first explosion occurred. Interesting. The so-called birthdays that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. Well, that sounds like it's almost like they want him to fall into the balloon. The wreckage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down in the crystal tower. Ugh. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes. There's a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I want another balloon. I hope he runs out of those, by the way. It's gonna be funny if he does. I still have lots of money. Well, yeah, they're only a freaking 1 cent. Precisely who is this curious infant? I'm told he's a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Yeah, I'm here in London on a sightseeing trip to visit my elementary school. We'll have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. really need that? Then I remove my mask, and this is what I look like. Oh yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Yeah, everybody says so. Why does he have this head bandage is what I want to know. Great disguise, then. The point is, history of these witnesses further substantiates the facts of the court. Namely that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneously kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until their arrival with the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused who was with Mr. Asman on the stage could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. His views on the matter are quite clear. So, this cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. Okay. The view from 60 feet up. It was an incident terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not down. Okay, well, that doesn't matter. There's a huge bang on the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. Okay, so let's press this.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air. Yep. It's amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Autopsy, your lawyer's a mug's game. You join the force and we can go flying together. Know me so well. Yes, well, anyway. Can you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything because we were up above it all. That dodgy coat climbing into that cage and that dodgy professor pulling out on levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared just like that. You're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it. Then there was another bang right in my ear. I looked around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky.
That's Peter.
And there was nothing there before. Okay, hold on. What do you want?
Excuse me!
Master Gotts. Does your memory of that day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use your full name. Ah, yes. What was it again? Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmund Ornstein. Just the four names, then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Tina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Wait, get it right on him. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everybody have a problem with how I addressed him at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah. There was a second explosion and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure, which is what I said, ain't it? Well, there was nothing there the next to the massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the almost awful life imaginable. Oh, but he was brought up to be so full of joy. I want another balloon. Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon? Hey, you what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did, I saw it. You can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I'm Bohemian Prince. You not say it's a lie. That is not allowed. I ain't a bleeding royalty card, are you? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she worked for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. It was not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon. That's what was next to ours at the time. Okay.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? You sure about that? Of course I am sure. I am proud Bohemian perhaps. All of these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. This is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. For Gazo, it is very wrong to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. But die! I will have the army come and shoot all you stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them. I want another one. Here you are, behind us. Only all international issues were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we can return to the testimony. The same. Did you also see the moment that the case materialized, Mr. Lune? No. I did not see the explosion myself. However, the cage fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. I think you looked inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. Okay. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. Or what if it was actually some kind of switch around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on stage in the first place. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. They need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Okay, I guess we'll press this one then. I don't know. Ugh.
Hold it!
There are 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See. All 3 of them. My Bellissimi Bambini, they're very popular. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. 10 pounds? That's more than my annual stipend. £50 a month. That is my pocket money. I have all the luck. I got there for free, I did. Play the old I work for Your Majesty's police card, you know. You have all the luck, too. This is probably why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I had too many in the sky, they could crash into each other. The operations for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator meaning a particular area. C. And the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. There is a clear picture of the arrangements for the balloon ride at the exhibition. As we hear more about what you actually witnessed in the incident. Right. I can tell you in there, my lord. Okay, so that's when you go back to this. Okay. He's banging the sky, and the next second another bang hits the sky. We already did that one. That's how I explained it was a green balloon. Okay, so they mentioned green, so is this something? A torn piece of canvas-like material backed with rubber that was found under the experimentation stage at the existence of the ground. There's scorch marks at the edges. Ugh. So I wonder if it's this. So what do they call it? A piece of green cloth. It's gotta be that, right? Alright, let's put... Whoops, that's not that one. It's this one. Okay. Or is it this one? Isn't it terrible? I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Okay, it could be here actually, because I'm thinking that green cloth is a balloon. So it could be there. Okay, it won't be that one. It was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. So I think I know what to present. I gotta figure out which line to present it on. They just off in the sky like a stone crashing into perspective. It won't be that one. And then it's not that one. So it's either this one. Okay, it won't be that one. So it's either this one or this one, I think. Okay, let me look at this. A torn piece of canvas-like material backed with rubber that was found under the experimentation state of the existence. There's scorch marks at the edges. Okay, so that would be the explosion. No, I think it's one. I think it's this one.
Objection!
It was that one. Okay, cool. Mr. Lang, in your testimony, you said that all three of the balloons you got operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. Ah, I think it may be... C. Part of the balloon. One piece of fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Pardon. That is this large, round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as a thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage, in other words. In other words, as Master Goss testified, the green balloon did indeed explode that day. Eh? If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Lune, then your statement that they were undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! Balloons were that day. Why did the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Who just spent 10 whole pounds with experience? How awful. Seems to me like those things crash 50% of the time anyway.
Objection! Instantaneous
did occur. Causing the explosion on the stage. The point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Causing the balloon to explode? Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept! Why not? Mr. Lune. You're suggesting that I'm a liar? That person died in a balloon incident day? There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Lune. The victim was the sole fatality that day. Right! I proved it! Alexander Lune is not a liar! There was no such balloon in the sky. It is not possible. You're saying it's impossible. Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day. Aye!
Objection!
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. Now look. The defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Lune. I concur. There's really more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of the stand-up balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Grazie, my lord. Wow, we got everything. We got Italian, we got German, we got Bohemian, apparently, whatever that language is. Miscellaneous balloons. As I said, Boss Balloon is no liar. The balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. But they fell to the ground in an explosion. What a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you? Company at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. This stupid old guy was mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you? See, exactamente. He even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It's very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, you'll fight back. It will be for all out war. By the way, I want a new balloon. Okay, here you go. What happened to all out war? This lawyer certainly doesn't appear to be lying. It doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. The defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements. The court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friends. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. Aye. Mr. Lune's balloons. As I said, Mother Lune's no lie, and balloon had his child landed safely. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in explosion, what a catastrophe. You can't get away from the fact that the burnt-up bit of cloth was found at the scene. Coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. Similar guys is mistaken, my balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Let me press this one.
Hold it!
Since we have red and blue and green. You mean the color's wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene. It's unmistakable from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. cannot therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. Yeah, I'm sure people would have talked about it and there would be something in the newspaper in that case, Sansies. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? See, exactamente. As the senor says, it's not from one of my balloons. Clearly this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. Okay, he lost his balloon and he's freaking angry again. Okay? What do you have to say?
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Master Gots. Is Master Realm Gots in same as an state? It's on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something's very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I stared all over Hima. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. I still want a balloon. Here's another one. If you don't have evidence for gossip, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance, is tangible proof of what you claim? So, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious. What? I've not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. That was a big freaking camera, holy fuck. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot cellars, the balloon, and the incidents from this experiment. You take a picture of that? Yeah, fun picture. Really? You did take one? What all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in burning experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. Yeah, that didn't tell us anything. That's a black and white picture. That doesn't show us anything of green. Well, I see you're all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. I want another one. Yeah, I did not see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that's not my fault! That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera! That is one very Bohemian sounding crowd. Okay, I'm not doing that again. Very well. I will accept this photograph as evidence. Barry's balloon has been entered into the court record. Photograph taken by Godspot whilst he was riding in a balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims was green and exploded moments after he took the shot. Not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Alright, let's look at this balloon thing. Is there anything we can take from this? Probably not. No, it's not. Okay. Alright, so we can't do too much with that right now. Alright. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful recipient memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take the photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. I don't say. The night process the sudden release, there was this very loud bang, and a hot line rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you picked up. Wow. As I thought, this literature just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another, fourth balloon. The Mr. Lang vehemently denies the possibility. It's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, the thing is he must tell us something, I'm sure. Okay. As if I was learning to liar, even balloon safely. All three of my balloons were carrying pens, so it's gotta be this one, right? The telegram. Okay, so it's gotta be this one, I think. First thing I got to take another balloon and claim the screen was playing. So it's gotta be this one. The only thing that makes sense.
Objection!
Yeah. Fortunately, the photograph Mr. Benson can't tell us the color of the balloon. But it can tell us something else. Something crucially important. What? It shows that the picture balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah! My goodness, you're right! Surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There'd be no sense in it otherwise. See! Thanks for pleasure. Proceed the view. My balloon's only flying with passengers. I just noticed his hat, by the way. The balloon hat with the fire going up. That's actually pretty cool. Which tells us that the picture balloon is in one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimental stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. Neither. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. Please tell me he explodes.
Objection!
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Only one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition. He managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Lude's path without him realizing. See! The company's on trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimental that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Aspen was beamed from the stage below. Right. So then scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks. They didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. But because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A serious fourth balloon carrying their passengers, silently floating over the experimental stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly has nothing to do with the case. This really does elude me, I must say. Court has seen sufficient evidence and heard every testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Jury's mind from Madoff. And not in our favor. How can you tell from that? I think they're just like not sure. What else can this photograph tell us? There's nothing more we can learn from it. Oh shit.
Objection!
I hope I get that right. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, wait, please don't give your decisions yet. Prepare for the master gods. May well be hiding one or more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue?
Objection!
Okay, it's probably yes or no, probably. We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for the definitive now. So tell the court. What exactly does the alleged clue in the photograph prove? Okay. Well, we know it's not the balloon's color, and we don't know the balloon's owner, so it's got to be the cause of the explosion. We can easily assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right, yeah! It was not my fault! Evidently. Because the bird cage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. Did that thing land on top of the balloon and that's why it fell? And that's where the green came down onto the bottom of the stage? And the balloon being filled with flammable hydrogen instantly explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph of the court. Oh god, okay. This is definitely a save then. 26, 48, 17. It's gonna be that one. Of course, Miller. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. What's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. Anyway, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is... Oh god. Okay. Okay, so there's the balloon. The only thing I can think of is this little light thing. Let's make sure I don't see anything else. Let me do this back here just for a minute. Okay. So... there's balloon. I don't see anything balloon. This little light thing is really interesting. I'm going to say it's this little light thing. I don't know if this is it, but that's the only thing that makes sense. I don't see anything in the balloon. I don't think it's anything here. See, I thought what it was when he transported from whatever this is here, it hit like on top of the balloon, and he fell to the crystal panel on that side, and the balloon found that side, and then the piece of cloth was at the bottom. But apparently that's not it. I'm guessing it's this.
Take that!
The timing of the photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look in there, there's a bright white light line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Oh, is that what that's pointing at? Oh, I see. It's going up. Okay, it looked like it was going across, man. So that's what that means. It's trying to go up and hit that. Okay. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, however, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright light really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh, golly. Do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon? Like an arrow? Hold on. Ooh! Interesting! what if instead of an arrow, they put the screwdriver in there, and that's what got him in the chest, maybe? But then why would it be at the base of the thing? I don't know. It's a thought, anyway. Indeed. Even my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word. Are you suggesting the flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. Now it was done by a crossbow. No flame could possibly reach such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion. That particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen. Oh, okay, it is the crossbow. What evidence? If such evidence exists, Counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly to the moon? It's gotta be the crossbow.
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of the small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord. Is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been a shot from this weapon. Maybe that screwdriver thing? I don't know. That's the part I don't get yet. Where does the screwdriver come into this? Sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately? Blimey, you're right! That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, don't it? Then, the explosion of the balloon, it was very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No! Order! Order! Castle, this is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why they wouldn't have been that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge. Of course. Right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nippity's friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued. What? Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what? My goodness me. Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. Oh, okay. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel? There's no going back now. The horse is bolted. Okay. That's why I was confused with first when it had the explosion, he fell down from there. I wasn't sure if they shot it out from there or it was like a projection or what. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground. causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared, to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible. What I just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you describe is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic. Well, Mr. Church and Iris said the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. In any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman. And having this other man appear on stage to confront the sheriff as a body double. Ah, yes! Of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start. Okay. What if the wax man thing that we had that was disappearance was a replica of Mr. Asman? He was in the birdcage on the ground, which the smoke does. The other one was in the balloon, like they said, fell down. Now, the only problem is, did the original Mr. Asman, or, no. It still doesn't raise the question who shot Mr. Asman down there. Okay, it's a working theory. We'll think about it. Alright. Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever embark on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. Juror number 4. Wow, Juror, you're really getting into this one. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. Mixture ratio? Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable, but not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of this experiment was no accident. It was not part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the Finn if he was on stage in full view the entire time. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Mantis can hardly maintain that Professor Harebrain's assessment now. fucking professor. Oh my god, it is. You idiot. Mr. Narhara, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrained? I, Harebrained, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Erdy Athen. What the fuck, dude? Yes, it was me. My faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What are you doing? What the? Order! 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 Lieutenant, explain the sudden confession.
Objection.
Professor Harebrained, what are you talking about? It's what I said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No. You'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the dignity of it! It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. Just let me, I can prove... Okay, I can't prove. There! Yes? I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please, ensure the Special Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. Wow. More grape juice. I mean blood. I mean grape juice, yeah. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling that hollow chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friends. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the profession's position will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed. The confidentiality of the professional hypothesis is preserved. Wow! Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? Just Harebrained, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion of station was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. There's no way to do that without implying the defendant's guilt. To protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but to see him condemned? Either way, I can avoid betraying his trust. This is a very interesting case, too. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Where's all the knowledge of English escaped from confused Nippy's minds? Mr. Naruhito! There's no escape here. I had to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I had to give up on something. But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was, in fact, okay, so if we do this one, he's guilty. If we do this one, we have a chance to do more investigating. If we do this one, there's no investigating. Yeah, I'm gonna say a conjuring trick. As soon as I say this. Oops. Fuck, it wasn't that one, was it? 28. Okay, well, we know it's this one next. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say conjuring trick. Because this way we actually investigate more. No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. Oh my god, they're doing this trope? Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. For those who played the original, you'll know what I mean. It's what can I protect? Oh! Never mind! What are you doing here? Hello again, Mr. Naruhito. It's been far too long. Susan! But what are you... Ow! Ow! I already had one concussion. You have to do it again. Ow! First, he's out of takedown in 6 months. That'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhito. For now, we must concentrate on the task we can. Well, it's kind of hard to do that when I'm freaking looking up at your head. Working out now, which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Ow! You've been prancing? That hurt more than usual. That's your hair, Brett. Ah! Yes? You think you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. Personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Allen. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? And your experience in that machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Ah! There goes that grape juice. So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as far as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Ah! Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Barrack! Lord Van Zieks? Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there's one thing. Something I remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before we began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. Really? A man holding that crossbow. Really? Beg your pardon? Professor! Does the man have any distinguishing features? What do you look like? Tall, taller than me, and thin. Thinner than me. With straight hair, straighter, and whiter than mine. Well, you're blonde. It's not white. Let me see. One less lens than me, too. A monocle. Well, it's not black monocle. But one thing in particular helped to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? That's right. He just introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber? Does his name mean something? Those little jerks seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. That is an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in the scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but staged trickery in the end. Obviously, the rest was after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. He is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Considering what we just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that it sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were supposed to be investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. At the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, then a work of deception. Everything I worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified of that prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. Entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of finally acquiring the research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the proudest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials exactly the way Drebber had described. When smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Wow. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes. Please go ahead. I'm very sorry. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Antiques? My lord? The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter, Mr. Trevor. Yes, Mr. Trevor. Gather information about the man. Also, I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, as for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently states accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. October 23rd, 1:36 p.m., the Old Bailey, the defendant's antechamber. So now, Heather. Ah! Yes? I'm so sorry! I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh. How did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry! You really have no idea, Professor? What Mr. Trevor was really up to, I mean? What he was really constructing? Naturally. Lucy was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I have complete faith in it. Alright? In that case, I won't say any more. Now, Sally, the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naohito. Arriving late? Did you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I arrived. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Runa. There would be a surprise. Well, did it work? A surprise, all right. Hey, when you threw me to the ground. It still hurts from that. That's what you'd be practicing. Damn, that hurt more. Oh dear. I'm so sorry. I was just happy to see you again. That sort of slipped out. Maybe you can stick to the more traditional slides of emotion and feature. Susie Strain was late in London, Victoria this morning. See. Well, we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, glad you did. Oh! Having you on my side gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you. Back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naohito. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, which brought you back? Professor be determined not protest? Let's save all the conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? No? I mean, one of our special presents for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. Can't wait. Oh, Susanna's back! Yay! Susanna's was back in London. How to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. Despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Oh God, what now? To be continued. Another day. Wow. I thought they were using another trope, not Susanna, for that portion, which I won't go into until we play another game. I'm assuming it's going to be coming next, but we'll save that for now. All right, save. Yes. Okay. Alright guys, so that is going to go ahead and do it for me tonight here. Special thanks to OnlyFans and also Winter Soldier for coming out. Very, very appreciated. We will be back Wednesday for some more Judgment. We're starting Chapter 2 in that. I probably have to, because I suck at fighting games, probably have to lower the difficulty, unfortunately. Because I almost die like way too much in the fighting department. Anyway. We'll be back again Wednesday, like I mentioned, for Judgment. Hopefully, if I have some time, I'm going to try to make time for Thursday so we can still play some Judgment. And we'll be back next Monday, more than likely with Persona 5 Royal. If she does not get to that certain date, now I'm talking about Heather, then we will go ahead and play more of this. Very, very interested to see where this is going. Keep in mind that YouTube videos will be up for the Great Ace Attorney for you guys now that Twitch has fixed everything regarding that. I may go ahead and put the Beyond Two Souls one on there after all. I wasn't originally going to do that, but I might do it now. And we might be able to get back to Mass Effect on the weekend later, because I know we've been neglecting that quite a bit for that. But until then, do want to thank again everybody coming out, the lurkers, Winter, OnlyFans. Very, very appreciated. Hope to see you back here. Be kind to yourselves, be kind to your family, and we'll see you next time. Good night. Good gaming. Take care, everyone.